listen, not glad you're fucking anything on the internet. Go meet someone real and be like, okay, like, hey, we're nice that. I'll just 2 million. That guy right there. Hey, I can do this too. And that's a message that I want to be talk about. Literally in the room, working with that we can't focus on. Oh, and I do the lot for the big, yeah, I do the biggest for the loudest. Like, yeah, anyone fucking do, they're big thousand. So, because, right, I know
let's see here. All right, guys, let's get this thing rolling. All right, check, check, check. Mike's good. All right. So starting on the 4 hour here, again, anybody that's new to watching me trade, I don't trade every London session. Okay. I only jump on here to stream when I see a setup forming that could potentially line up with my strategy. Okay. So what I see right now is on the 4 hour is what for me my higher time frame that I like to use. I see that we're clearly in bullish structure on both indices. Okay. Considering this last leg from this swing low here to this swing high, we have equilibrium overlapping a 4 hour FEG that has been unpierced, meaning it has not been tapped at all. And then if we look over here on ES, same thing from this swing high to the most recent swing low, consecutive up close candles, equilibrium's here, and you have your untapped 4 hour FEG. Now, what I would like to see here is now that we're starting the 2 a.m. 4 hour candle here, I would like that candle to open up lower in manipulation and give us the tap of this H4 and rebalance into equilibrium. And if we get that, then on the smaller time frame, we can then look for longs out of that. Now, our draws on liquidity for this trade are part of the reason that I have such a high level of like towards this setup. So let's look at what we have. So we'll start on ES here. This is basically Asia high because we just made this on the last 4 hour, right? But that did not sweep Tuesday 6 a.m. high, which would be our previous day high. So we have previous 4 hour high, literally one tick away from previous day high, which is just a few ticks away from our high of the week. And all of these are, I would consider all three of these to be relative equal highs to each other, which I believe to be a magnet for price. Now, looking at NQ, NQ structure is just a bit different. Oh, before we move on from ES, we also have this. We zoom out a bit on this 4 hour. We do have this swing high up here. That is not previous day high anymore, but I need to change that. But that is our previous week high. So that would be a great draw on liquidity. I'll go ahead and change this line right here. That's going to be our previous day high. I know it's kind of overlapping there, but that's relative equal. I'm calling the swing high, the H4, previous H4 is our relative equal high to the previous day high. Okay. Now, all I'm doing with my boxes at this point for my setups is I'm simply looking at, okay, if this is my draw on liquidity, this is the top of that 4-hour fair value gap. What would my 1-to-1 stop loss look like? Just to kind of start getting some kind of framework of how many contracts I would be looking potentially at taking for this trade. Now, going over to NQ, again, it's a little slightly different structure. The only difference is we're very close to previous week high, whereas on ES, it's a little higher up here. But previous week high is here. You have our previous day high, and then you have our previous 4-hour high, which I have marked relative equal high to the previous day high. So that is literally the same as right here on ES. And then previous week high. So I think that, I mean, these are usually the strongest form of liquidity you can draws on liquidity that you can use. Previous day high, previous week high, previous day low, previous week low. Those are definitely my favorites. So based on 4-hour structure, I like those draws to get hit. Now the question just becomes, to our entry model, what we would be looking like. So as I go down to the 1 hour from here, so now let's get this to the 1 hour. So now we're on the 1 hour. The 1 hour to me, I'm a big fan of the 1 hour, but um, to me, the structure is not super clean. But it is confirming our bullish bias, which is good. So we do have a fair 1 hour fair value gap there that you can see was tapped here, and then respected higher. So it is respecting bullish PD arrays on the 1 hour. But what I'm trying to get you guys to see is I want to find the low of this wick of the 4-hour candle, because I believe it's going to be a bullish 4-hour candle. Okay. So where do I want to get long? I want to get long on the wick. Ideally, or near the opening price, right? So that I can profit off of the extension. So what I like to do is look at the 4-hour opening price and then look on the price leg building up to it and find PD arrays that could potentially be the bottom, in this case for a long, would be the bottom of the manipulation wick. So obviously this 4-hour being fresh, being as it just made, 2 candles ago, I really like it. The 1 hour to me, we don't have just some like big 1-hour gap sitting in here that's wide open and untapped. So really on both indices, I don't really love the structure on the 1 hour. So I'm inclined to kind of not consider the 1 hour as much, as long as it's giving me that bullish bias, then it's a check mark for me. I'm just not going to use a PD array off that time frame. So again, it kind of circles me back to the 4-hour. Then even going down further, the 30-minute, right? Find a PD array that this 4-hour open can manipulate lower in. This price action, man, as all of us traders know, has not been very good, right? So I mean, this and here to me I have no idea, where that wick would want to go. The only thing that really pops out for me is this 30-minute here, but you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different taps on it. So I'm not, but that is overlapping that 4-hour and overlapping the equilibrium. So maybe that is it, but I wouldn't use a gap that's been tapped that many times. Now, the risk that I want everybody to understand when you're considering this is, well, first off, the benefit. The benefit of doing this is not about finding really, oh, he's trying to bottom tick the 4-hour to get more prop. It's not that at all. It's timing. If I want my draws on liquidity to hit, right? If these are my draws on liquidity, what do I need the 4-hour candle to look like? Well, ignore the downside. I want a bullish candle, and it's got to at least be something like that, right? Okay. If I'm going to get this candle, all right, I want to and be confident that this candle is forming live right in this moment. What do I want to see? I want to see the opposite direction get manipulated out. That to me is like taking your car to the gas station and fueling it up for a road trip, right? If someone stops to get $5 in gas, you're not the guy working this counter at the gas station is not thinking in his mind that this person's about to go on a long road trip. He's thinking they're just going down the road, right? But if someone fills the whole tank up, maybe you are trying to go on a road trip. Liquidity is the same way to me. Manipulation, I look at it the same way. So if I, for example, going way down in time frame, if I say, oh, here's a little 3-minute fair value gap right here, maybe I just say the 4-hour opens here and then manipulates into this 3-minute, and then we get our reversals back up on the slow time frame. You could be right. Absolutely. This could hold it, right? I'm not a psychic, right? None of us are, unfortunately. But for me, this does not show me enough proof that this market, especially in these current conditions, is gearing up to make this move to the upside and potentially even higher into this. It's not that we're pretty close to it, but the principle is the same. So I want to see something of significance that shows me the market's getting ready to gear up. Now, what we could look at, and I've had this question get raised in the past, is like, what happens if the 4-hour opens and then it doesn't really tap your favorite PD array, but maybe you get a sweep of liquidity on like a 15-minute low or a 30-minute, 1-hour low or something. That is 100% fair, right? So that is totally fine. So things that I'm looking for is, can I get the previous 4-hour candle to sweep, low or high, depending on which direction I'm trying to trade? Can I get a 1-hour 1-hour candle low to get swept? Can I get a high time frame PD array to get tapped into? Something that I can kind of count on that could potentially not, I don't know, but could potentially be that pivot point for the market to um, have a continuation of the higher time frame trend. So with that, all that said, I don't really have anything that I love other than that 4-hour, which is not usually the case. I'll usually have like, oh, maybe there's a 30-minute kind of close to where we are. There's a 4-hour way down here. I usually have a couple of options that I watch. But this this current market is a little different. So say like right here, this is confusing in itself. This could deliver right here, right? This could just manipulate into this 15 off the open, and that may be enough to get through these. I don't know. But to me, that's just not enough. That's not enough manipulation to get me in. Because then if I got in off this tap, maybe I do this and maybe that's okay. Maybe that stop loss is okay, but I really want to see people get sucked out of the market in the wrong direction and prove to me that this market is gearing up for higher. And you can see like 1 hour structure here on NASDAQ. We have a ton of bullish candles in a row. And towards these last one, I know that candle's still active technically, but 1, 2, 3, the last 3 candles don't have much bodies on them. So what I would hope to see is we get some rejection down back towards this equilibrium, because again, that is where our 4-hour gap is. So what we'll do so that it's visible on the lower time frames, I'll put a line for the 4-hour gap. So that's that 4-hour gap here. So you're looking at, let's see, on NQ, not 90 points. It's probably about an hour candle we would need to get down into there. I mean, I'm a fan of the 5 and 15 minute, but to me, this PA is just rough, man. For me, I see major trend line liquidity throughout this thing that would, your stop loss would essentially sit on. So if this runs the highs off the open here, then I'm just going to close it down. That would be a no trade for me. But if I know anything about NQ, it's not going to make it that easy for everybody. But maybe it will, because it's been painful for the last couple weeks. So maybe it throws everybody in an easy pitch, but I'm not staking my account on that. Dun, 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 dun. So I'm seeing it over here on watching NQ, just watching that hourly candle start to form. So we're about 30 minutes into this 4-hour time period. Watching this, you can see the doji right here already. So a very valid way of looking at what I'm doing is accumulation, manipulation, distribution, the AMD model, right? That you probably have heard of on the internet or wherever. The only difference, it's not really a difference between what I'm trying to do, what I aim to do, and AMD. It is AMD. The only difference is, for me, I don't really care about the accumulation, because I know if I get this big manipulation, then the accumulation had to occur. It's kind of like a known variable that I already know is there. I feel like there's a lot of traders that get confused using the AMD model because they don't know what time frame they need to consider accumulation on. Like, for example, if I go to the 1-minute chart, of course, right here, I could pretty much any time during the day, I could probably find a few candles that go sideways, right? Of course. But, on the 15-minute, no, not necessarily, or 1 hour, no, not necessarily. So, some people kind of have like, okay, how long does the accumulation have to take? Do I for it to be a valid AMD setup? Do I, need to see the accumulation all the way on the 15-minute, or can I, it's kind of causes some question. So for me, I don't really care so much about seeing or identifying the accumulation phase. I really just want to see the manipulation. And then I know in my head that, hey, if it manipulated, then it had to already have accumulated, as that is to my belief, a cycle that the market um, continues to do over and over again. And here's the other difference. AMD, you could do AMD at, going back over here to ES, you could find an AMD setup at 8:45 p.m. right here. You could find an AMD setup at 11:15. You could find an AMD setup at whatever time. What I'm doing is actually aligning it to a session, right? So 2 a.m. is what I consider the start of London. So the 2 a.m. 4-hour candle captures the first half of London's trading day, within it, right? Same thing with the 10 a.m. New York AM candle. So I'm aligning, I'm basically wanting to see the manipulation of that session, and of course that kind of corresponding 4-hour candle, and that's showing me that that session is wanting to move and it's wanting to extend. It's getting people out of the market and it's reacting well. Of course, it's not 100% win rate, right? Nothing is, but that's what I'm essentially doing. That makes it, to me, a little different than just saying, "Oh, this is the AMD model." Nothing against AMD models, because I have used that in my trading past. I've just tried to simplify it a bit. So I allow myself to trade the um really any of the big 4-hour candles, the 10 p.m. London, Asia, 2 a.m. London, 10 a.m. New York AM, 2 p.m. New York PM. I would say obviously the big one is New York AM, the 10 a.m. That's my favorite. London 2 a.m. is my second. And then I don't really trade New York PM or Asia very much. But if I see that 4-hour candle forming and it's just like really obvious to where it wants, where it's pulling back into and is very valid, then I do leave myself that within my rule set to allow. But I would say that probably makes up like maybe 5% of my trades. I actually took this in New York PM today. Didn't win, but you can see that the idea was there. But here's your 2 p.m. open here. Only thing that I had of significance under was this 30-minute FEG. We opened the 4-hour lower, right? And then when we started this candle, we went all the way up here. So we had some IFEGs in here that I then used entry, but it just kind of stalled. And as soon as the new day started at 6, it delivered that move. Because this isn't actually accurate. I was targeting that. That was more there. It was a pretty high RR trade for me, so I was willing to take a stab at it. Now, if both of the indices had this 15 right here, then I might be a little more open to looking at it for entry. but they don't. You know, the 30-minute is very wicky, and I really like to see like a very clear fair value gap that's near or overlapping equilibrium of that high time frame range, pull back in, continuation higher, previous day high. There's actually this thing on X today or yesterday, and I'll read it to you. It was like this uh, post where they were trying to get people to, respond to or whatever. But it said, describe your A plus setup, or describe your A plus trade setup in one sentence. No images allowed. See if I can read what I wrote. I've actually never tried to do this. We'll focus on it. I think it's focused on me. Anyway, so I wrote 10 a.m. H4 candle opens lower, sweep session liquidity, taps unmitigated H4 FEG, M15 IFEG, ride H4 expansion to previous day high. So I actually said, obviously this isn't the 10 a.m. candle, but I literally just kind of described exactly what I'm waiting for here in that X post response. So we'll see if we get it. Let's go ahead and get it marked on our ES chart as well. I don't like having the high time frame boxes and stuff that I draw on my lower time frames charts. Just do a lot. So here's our H4 there. So what all would that give us as far as confluence? That would give us previous 4-hour candle sweep, check. So to me, that's a great liquidity sweep. It would, let's see over here on NQ, it would give us, a nice sweep of this here. On ES, it would give us this sweep. It would give us our high time frame PD array tap. We would sweep liquidity, equilibrium, high time frame equilibrium. Drawing back into equilibrium, low time frame confirmation showing it reversing. And I think what really makes this setup really, really good is just how clean the draw and liquidity is. Because let me tell you, dude, this NQ, this right here, guys, that you should, if you guys, any of you are new to trading, you should put this in your notes. If you see like previous day high stacked up with other previous day high, or even better, a previous week high, where they're making relative equal lows or relative equal highs and all that, the market's going there at some point that day. Then it only comes down to timing it. Okay, how do you time it? Again, that's why I like to use the 4-hour candle. Because if we're going to get there in London session, I know what I need the 4-hour candle to look like. So as I see it starting, as I see it forming, okay, we're 1 hour into that 4-hour candle. Now we're 2 hours in. Is that candle forming the candle that I need for these draws to get hit? We get 3 hours into the 4-hour candle and it's sitting there chopping around, then no, it's probably not going to give me that extension. If we're on a low time frame and we see it open here, and then we do make a low, and then we pop back up and it looks like we're reversing, but then it just kind of comes back down, and then after it starts passing your opening price to the downside, to the upside, to down, if it starts passing it like up down, then you're more than likely getting what kind of 4-hour candle, right? Which is not what you want to trade. So using these the 4-hour candle is sauce. You can do it with 1-hour candles as well, like the 11 a.m. candle in New York AM is a good one. Like if you're pretty confident in your setup, right? But you just need you just want like a little bit of extra confirmation, then you maybe wait to that 11 a.m. candle to start, and then you say, okay, if this 4-hour candle is going to give me, the 10 a.m. 4-hour is going to give me this draw on liquidity that I'm aiming for. Right now, I'm here. I need to be here. What do I need this next 1-hour candle to look like? Okay, I need it to look like this. Then you can start looking at, okay, where could it manipulate into, right? Maybe there's a 5-minute or 15-minute that's untapped, that 1-hour could open up into. So we are getting some selling pressure. That looks good. Patience paid. Not paid to trade, you're paid to wait, which was always one of my hardest parts. honestly, this in Q looks like a freaking perfect AMD model right now, honestly. Accumulation, manipulation, distribution off the 4-hour open. Because you can see that accumulation in that box there. You do have a small 5-minute FEG you could use as an IFEG, but probably need to go to the 3. ES just freaking terrible. This is the worst thing you can possibly be hitting buy and sell in. I don't know if any of you guys were affected by the Alpha Futures uh, premium account issues where they basically force closed all the premium account types. Anyway, my funded futures here, I'll see if I can pull it, see if I can find it real quick. On X. See if I can grab a screenshot of this. So again, I don't know if any of you guys traded with Alpha or not, but my fund of futures has committed 300K to an initiative designed to support eligible traders who were recently impacted by industry events. Our goal is to help members of the trading community regain momentum and continue working towards the goals they had already invested so much in pursuing. If you were affected, please complete the form below. Our team will review submissions and receipts. Recipients will receive email notification if selected for evals or funded accounts. So if they're basically saying if you had a Alpha Futures account that's impacted by either them shutting down the premium plan or them dissolving their partnership with Tradeovate, they will potentially give you a new replace your funded accounts, but with them, which is really freaking cool. So I have 4 of them things, so hopefully they hopefully they hook me up. I did have do have to make a my funded features account. I already had one, but you would need to do that. And then um, if you go to X, go to their X profile, uh, to that post, it has a URL at the bottom that you would click and fill out, and then it basically gives you 5 supporting files of like this is proof of that I had a funded account, proof that the email that Alpha sent you if you had an account affected by this, those types of things. But other than that, you say how many accounts were impacted. Was it an eval? Was it sim funded? So we'll see. I had 4 uh funded, and then I had failed one of my fundeds. So I had an active eval trying to get my 5th, the 5 max allocation again. But I didn't submit one for my eval. I'm not too worried about that. But those funded accounts were brutal. So I went from like 200K in funding and all four of those accounts. None of them, I'd already taken a payout on one of them. Um, but the other ones were, 51,500, 51,700, 52,000. Like, I didn't have any like crazy numbers or anything, but I was definitely like had me a decent buffer built up, and um, had a couple of them that were only a day or two of $250 shy of paying out. So very frustrating. This is just this. I don't know if you guys are on evals. If you get this IFEG, I don't think this is a terrible trade because you are ultra bullish in the market right now, and your draws on liquidity are pretty freaking close to where we are. Okay, but as far as like funded trades or live account trades, for me, this is just not enough, especially with ES looking like a freaking barcode. But that's just me. But the strategy does hold, right? You open the 4 hour here, right? You got that lower manipulation in. You did tap a PD array that was untapped, and then you get your IFEG, you flip your 4 hour opening price, right? Here's your opening price right here. Let's get all this out of your way. Here's your opening price. You flip that, you get your IFEG, and then you look to, ride the expansion. I don't think that that's a quote a bad trade, and it does follow my strategy technically. I just if you get the IFEG, um, but don't think that it's enough for me. It is a pretty decent RR. The warning that I would give would be all these lows down here. You do got some serious relative equal lows, and ES is even freaking worse. You got crazy stacked lows, which are high liquidity targets. If I was to take this trade, it would probably look something like this off this 3-minute IFEG. Um, the that's risking 750. You would get probably a pretty quick break even point right here, which I do like. And as you start on this style of trading, once you start to flip this 4 hour, you don't want to see this thing start, flipping back and forth. Like you want to see this thing manipulate, flip the 4 hour, start expanding. Not saying it has to expand, 400 points every time. I'm not saying that. Even if it's a normal to average size 4 hour candle, it should be fine to hit all, I would think. It's not really, I don't think, too much to ask. Just don't think that this is going to give you enough like true confirmation. You could also look at your Dilling range, high to low. He's holding it. This just looks terrible. Honestly, see, my problem is as soon as I say I'm just gonna call it, it's gonna run through all of these. And I'm gonna wake up. And my problem always is when I have draws on liquidity that are this freaking obvious, I don't want to miss the move to them. because I know if London gets this expansion, then New York AM, like what draw and liquidity are you going to target? Right? You're going to target way up here, right? That's freaking, almost 250 points. So kind of if you miss the move when the draw is that free and that wide open, it kind of prevents you from even trading that next session in a way. Um, because the really like clear, obvious draw and liquidity that the high time frame is trending towards, that it's seeking, not just some random swing high or swing low. Of course, you can always find that, but I mean something of like real substance kind of takes it out of the equation. All right, so I am honestly, guys, I think that we should just all boycott alpha futures now because I'm like I can't be the only person that thinks that's like really really messed up. Again, I didn't get like a payout messed up. Like I'd gotten a payout luckily before all this. Um, so I do have something to show for all, those 5 accounts that I ran with them, but obviously not as much as I wanted, you know. But there were many people that had a I saw one guy that had like 59K, or I'm sorry, yeah, 59K, 58K, 50K is up like 8, 9 grand in profit at basically nothing. They're just giving you your activation fee and your eval costs back. And then any pending payouts they're canceling, which is absolutely insane. Maybe just for the premium plan, not for the other plan. They said they lost like 24 million or something in 2 months running the premium plan. People kind of slept on how good of an account that was. The Alpha Future premium account was like freaking goat. Like nothing comparable. You're in funded, you could take a payout and uh your drawdown didn't automatically go to 50K. So even if you were at like 51,500, right? You're up 1,500 in profit. Say you just want to take a little payout, right? Like $500 on any other prop, even if usually your drawdown limit goes to 50K when the account gets to 52K, right? But on all the other props, as soon as you take a payout, regardless of how big or small, they set that drawdown to 50, even if you haven't even made it to 52 yet. So this didn't do that. It was the first one that didn't do that. No consistency in funded. Obviously, you can have up to 5 accounts. End of day trailing drawdown. And I think I paid like 75 or 78, something like that, dollars per eval, and then 149 per activation. So 5 of those. And anyway, whereas like my funded futures has one that's pretty similar to that. Um, Lucid Flex is basically the same as that, but they're probably $20 to $30 higher, the eval cost. And they don't have uh that rule, that payout rule to keep your end of day trailing drawdown at actually 2K minus your highest amount and not bump it to 50 just because you took a payout. We are getting some movement now, breaking out of this range on ES. That looks pretty good to me. That, it's keeping me on the chart for now. Let's see what comes about here. The brand new 30-minute candle, or brand new 1 hour, actually, sorry. So not much manipulation to the upside on this hourly candle. Look at this. See, like this should be kind of catching your eyes. You start looking at the market in sense of time. Look at this. No wick, right? It's very rare candle closes without a wick. So what could you be thinking about there? You could be thinking that this is open. This is the manipulation, and this is just going to flip into a bullish candle. Again, not 100%, but really rare to not have any wick. But maybe this is, so we swept previous hourly lows there. Now we're popping back up. Swept all those people out. Might just run it right here. I really like that impulsivity and that flip. I would like to see ES start buying its way back. Oh my gosh. Stop. Stop. Dog. You dog. We got 1 minute, 18 seconds to close on this 2 minute. We could take the 3 minute, or I'm sorry, the 3 minute. We could take this 2 minute that's right here, that same spot, essentially. We'd really need some kind of pullback. So we do have SMT at the high now. Jesus, help me. Well, see if it leaves previous day high for it. Maybe we could still salvage something here. We do, well, yeah, see, look at that. 4 hour open, manipulate lower, into the PD array, flip, 4 hours now bullish and expanding. That is freaking premium setup to me. The only thing is I didn't really like that we had a 15 here on NQ, but we didn't have it on ES. And I just felt like we had a bunch of unswept lows making trendline liquidity up to this point. But you're in a very bullish run, you're going to have that. So we're not chalked yet. Let's see what we can do to salvage here. So we would potentially be forming a 5 minute in here. Gosh, ES looks freaking terrible. And we do have SMT at the high. So we have swept this relative equal. So I'm going to turn this Nasty rejection. Nasty rejection. So we are running a SMT at the high. Could give us one of two things. Could be giving us the opportunity. Here's our 3-minute right here. That's 3-minute IFEG. And we have a Dilling range right here. There is that corresponding gap for ES. Very, very ugly structure. Good. I mean, we got a lot of sweeps on liquidity, so this may be enough. Now we have a 3-minute gap, overlapping equilibrium, overlapping our IFEG. So see if that gets tapped, and this IFEG gets tapped. We'd be looking about 14. This thing's about 12 contracts roughly. M and Q. So we've broken this, failed, but that could just be us pulling back into equilibrium, which is, you see that? Look at that, hold of equilibrium and higher, like that. We got a 2-minute in here, 3-minute, no 5-minute, 5-minute close. So 15-minute is kind of trickling back down. Get rid of that. 15 is kind of trickling back down from the high of the wick here, but if it doesn't flip bearish and start extending, it's still got 4 minutes left. It could probably go for this high up here one more time, potentially. So now what I would be looking at is the 1 minute. Definitely holding equilibrium well over here on ES. We're right at equilibrium on NQ as well, right here. Equilibrium, equilibrium. I think our IFEG to watch is right here. And we do indeed luckily have that over here. Ugly. Oh, get out. Definitely would look to trade NQ. ES is freaking looking horrible. This would be up here. This one. Yeah. And we got some serious relative equal lows over here on ES, man. All right, zooming back out, guys. Could we potentially have a bearish 4-hour candle here that ends in this gap, and then that next candle is would be, our up candle, so to speak? Maybe that's how it's going to run. Up. Here we go. See what we're getting here. We just want to see some impulsivity. A little bit. This is just scary, man. I don't remember last time I saw ES so dead. NQ looks better. Looks very good on the equilibrium tap, IFEG retap, fair value gap retap. We'll see if this is something that they're using to bait traders into longs, potentially, because I'm getting that kind of feeling that they sure have this lining up really cleanly with a very easy draw on liquidity that I know everybody's probably looking at here. And the fact that we're sitting and struggling here kind of tells me that story. So when I'm taking an IFEG trade, which I'm trying to get this bearish gap on the counter trend leg to flip bullish to show me that trend is turning over, I want to see that impulsive. I don't want to see it sit. I want to see speed. Now, sometimes you will get this type of thing, and then like it's doing, it'll give you that big wick, and then it will start going. But I think that we still have a chance. Still have a chance for this. Watch these see how explosive these two candles are, right? And then you get small candles, kind of expansion. Like, watch how small the body of the candles get when you're looking for those pullbacks for continuation. I think ES's or NQ's 1 hour really shows. The other argument not argument, but the other way people have asked questions about how I trade they would ask, well, if you get this SMT here at the high and you think that it's going to go here into this equilibrium of your high time frame range, why do you not do this and just trade into that 4 hour? The question is like that you can, but I really don't like trading against the higher time frame trend. I really want to trade with it. I don't I don't want to be fighting it, but I have taken trades like that when I have very high conviction. I think for this specific setup, I definitely wouldn't do it because your stop loss above this high. I mean, you got two really powerful draws on liquidity right above you. That at any moment, this thing could hit some, random order block or something, and then turn around and go get those. So I think that would be the risk there. If you didn't have these draws here and you were just in some like 4 hour gap or 1 hour fair value gap or something, and you had this rejection, then I probably would look be a little more inclined to look for something like. And now we're getting some good clean rejection. This is what we want. Yeah, now we're going, boys. Now we're rolling. Exactly what we want. Be patient with me. Get us a banger. Exactly what we want. All right, here we go. ES is officially about to tap the H4. Very nice. Be a little patient, guys. We're only an hour and a half into the 4-hour candle. All all good. We got we really don't have that much many points to our draw and liquidity higher. So I think we're fine on time here. We want this thing to sell off hard. We want to see the manipulation. Remember, it's like paying for gas, right? If you're just going down the street, you may, only put $5, $10 in your tank. If you're going on a road trip, you're going to fill the tank up, right? If I'm going to get confidence that this 4-hour candle is going to expand to the upside and actually hit my draws on liquidity, then I want to see it fill up its tank. AKA, I want to see an obvious manipulation lower into a good key level. Very nice, very nice. So now, guys, we have officially we're sweeping uh our previous 2 1-hour candle lows. That's nice. We actually swept their highs too. It's kind of crazy on the ES or on NQ. Watch our high time frame equilibrium right here. See how it responds there. This is why I got on for London session tonight, guys. This exact setup. Anybody that's been in here since we started, come on. Some point y'all gotta give me the flowers. Oh, ES is running deep. Now we got the 4-hour tap on ES. Very, very good. Or on NQ, sorry. Very, very good. I'm gonna get this move this sweep over a bit. Okay, cool. All right, now we got 2 minutes for a new 15 and a new 30-minute candle. Want to see this next candle start to trend back up. Oh, so we definitely don't want to look for any kind of IFEG right now. Why? Because we're a minute and 30 seconds away from a new 15 and 30-minute candle. We would want to let those open and potentially see those what kind of manipulation those offer. Right? Every time frame is going to have manipulation, right? Obviously, a 5-minute candle is going to have way less than a 4-hour. It's all relative, but it's all fractal, right? So, all right, so good 4-hour tap. I'm going to turn that line dash since we have now tapped that. Care about that line. Very, very clean setup looking here, right here. Very clean. All right, so 15 probably not going to give us a good entry because it's that whole sell off there happened in one 15-minute candle. Probably be this 5-minute that I would be looking at. I'm going to get rid of this 15-minute altogether on my chart, especially because ES doesn't even have that. And to worry about it like tapping that as an IFEG and continuing lower. Not too worried about that. What we want to see here is speed, and we want it to be decisive. So again, here we go. Here's our start to that next 15-minute and next 30-minute candle right here. We may see it come and want to sweep the low one more time. Maybe, we don't know. And that's fine if it does. That would actually give us a protected low. SMT at that low would be even better. So we got a number of 5-minute gaps here. So doing our dealing range from swing high to swing low, all the same kind of candles consecutively. In this case, bearish candles. There would be our equilibrium to this 5-minute range. So these two up here would probably be the ones we would care most about. Problem is, those are going to make our RR worse. But those would be, if those go IFEG, this thing should be smooth selling. And then on ES, our dealing range would be something like that. And then again, we would see that we'd have these 5-minute in the premium of the range or above the 50%, which would be our institutional levels to be aware of. So now we're still kind of on the first 5 minutes of this 15 and this 30-minute. We are on a lower time frame currently, respecting that 30-minute that we looked at earlier that overlaps the 4-hour, our main um, our main PD array. And then here's that corresponding 30-minute on NQ. So good taps there. Good wick on this 5-minute. All right, guys. Now we have the setup. We have our tap. We have our draw on liquidity. Our trade concept is there. All that we are now lacking is confirmation for entry. So we are on the last step. So we've been patient enough. Good job to everybody that's stuck through the price action that was unfavorable and waited for our scenario to play out. Now let's just, be a little patient a little longer, and let's just double confirm here that we're getting what we think we are. And we'll run this thing up. Did just make a new 5-minute there, but it's in the discount on NQ. Good little pop so far on this 5-minute candle. So if we look at our longs, definitely be leaning NQ here just from structure. Been about 5. Oh, yeah, that should be good. I see everybody's videos about ES's price action. See what oh yeah. Interesting. Yeah, Nasdaq's definitely looking better than from yesterday's close. So so far so good on this response, guys. We just don't want to see this thing start trying to turn over. We would like to ideally in a perfect world, which obviously we're not in, but we would want to see some extension before it wants to pull back, right? We want enough extension to where we have like a good PD array on this leg to look at it to pull back into. If it starts to turn over now where it's not even going to have a PD array really at all, except maybe a 1 minute or something, this thing's probably going to chalk lower. And kind of the risk here is we don't get this impulsivity that we're looking for. Instead, maybe trickles back down into this 4 hour and then it just kind of consolidate in that 4 hour till the news at 8:30 a.m. before New York open. See this 5-minute kind of falling off here after this 5-minute tap. Does open a 5-minute, all 5-minute right here. Maybe that's enough. We don't have it on ES. So I don't really like that. I would say we're probably 10 to 15 minutes from entry if we're gonna get an entry. New 5-minute candle here opening lower. Let's see if it puts in that lower wick and starts to bounce and turn over bullish. What we would see here. Why I like trading like this, because I get, before I enter the trade, I've had so many layers of confirmation that not only aiming in the right direction, but my timing is good, my direction is good, my entry is good. But you got to be patient, because I used to, like 2 years ago, I would have taken probably 3 trades by now, probably. Good bounce there on NQ. Look at, very bullish. I like this, guys. This is giving me what I want. This is giving me what I want. Let's see what we could do here. We're getting right up to the equilibrium. We're above it on ES now. Here's our swing high, swing low, consecutive down close candles, equilibrium. Right, so here's our equilibrium. We went above it here, pulled back, and then pushed off of it. We're using equilibrium as support. That's giving me more confluence that, hey, these gaps probably are about to get flipped. So we do have a 15 gap, 11 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Honestly, guys, this may be our entry confirmation. It's just lined up so perfectly. 15-minute IFEG. Take that over both of the 5 minutes. And that's overlapping our equilibrium of that range. All right, so let's start kind of framing our trade up here. So if we wait for that 15 to flip, we would look at something like that. But keep in mind, and I'll put this in text up here, we could hold runners for ES um, or DOLs on ES. So although this is just my opinion here, not financial advice, but to me, from this M15 to my very highest draw on liquidity is 86 points on NQ. I believe NQ can run that much faster than ES is going to get up here. So what I'm saying is you can put a TP up here, right, on your trade, but you could also potentially hold a runner past this TP until ES sweeps its draws over here, and then you can close that to potentially squeeze more RR out of this setup. Now, you could also get more aggressive with this setup. This is kind of the part of it that you have to make decisions on your own or your own trading. I would probably look to go break even at the swing high. So I have a 5. See, I don't yeah, that's the next swing high. So I probably look break even there. The other uh, the other thing is like, where do you want your stop to be? Um, let's see. So you can put it under that 30-minute candle. That'd be a 1.39 to there. Or if you got even more aggressive, put it under that 5-minute gap tap and push away. And also look to mark this Dilling range going up. Let me make sure you guys can see. So marking the Dilling range from this high to this low, this uptrend, that would be your equilibrium. So just, always keep that equilibrium in mind because that is a continuation confluence too, right? So it could want to tap into that and still continue, could still be right in your trade. So I would probably at least want to give that thing some room. 7 minutes left on the 15 candle. Five minutes looking very, very bullish. Looking like we have good volume. ES is really running this 15-minute here, which looks good. Look at the 5-minute. Yeah, so it's looking like it's going to flip that on this candle. And then it's only got this one left. Now looking a little more bullish than MQ. a little rejection here, but I don't think it's anything to worry about it yet. Three minutes till close on this 15. Let's look how it closes. Come on, don't die on me, volume. This thing is looking so freaking good, bro. You need the volume to hang in. Come on, volume. So we did not flip the 15 on ES. And we're actually we're actually rejecting very clearly swing high, swing low, equilibrium on NQ. That would be a continuation confluence to the downside. Looking at lower time frame structure here, seeing if it could want to pull back into something that one of these lower time frames. Because we're still in the range that this could be the low wick of the 15-minute and the 5-minute here. And this starts buying its way back up. Because ES did have, although it didn't flip, it did have a pretty bullish close inside the bearish gap. Not confirmation yet. We're still on the line here. But I definitely have my eye on ES. If they were both rejecting from their equilibriums of that 15-minute range, then that would be a little more scary for our idea. But you can see ES is actually holding its equilibrium pretty well. And NQ, though, is looking textbook bearish continuation right now to me. So let's see if this candle starts to buy its way back up. It's only 3 minutes into that 15. If we get maybe an S&T at the low, still got 2 hours on the candle. We are seeing the volume still in the market, so that's good. Even though our entry IFEG is not presenting right now. We could potentially now, since we're getting a new leg down, this is what a lot of this confuses a lot of not even beginner traders, a lot of traders in market structure. Get rid of this marker. So look at this 15-minute structure right here. Now I really rarely try to teach people concepts or anything. I usually just more of try to teach my system of anyway, but lower low, lower high, lower low, right? As soon as you get this pull back, equilibrium tap, bearish PD array tap, you have now created what? You've now created a new leg. This 15-minute candle, if you go down to 5, 3, any of these lower time frames, you now have a new leg. Okay, what does that new leg give you? to me, how I understand it, especially if you get to sweep here, now you are totally valid taking your IFEG entry off of that. Now, what does that give you? That gives you the opportunity to get a tighter risk to reward, um, trade out of it, right? So some kind of entry like that with, the same targets instead of waiting, all the way for this 5 minute to go or this 15 to go IFEG. Now, why is that? Again, to my understanding, this 15's already been utilized. This equilibrium's already been tapped. This continuation is already played. This is your active leg now. That will save you on your RR. And now we could potentially look to reposition this off of this 5 minute that would be formed at the top of this. And look at that. Much higher RR. And that's all the way to the swing low. And that's going to be an SMT low. Yeah, guys, this is gearing up to look good. We may switch to ES. It is giving the bullish index off that SMT. SMT at the lows. Guys, we're still very live on this. Now we have the SMT inside the H4 FEG, still respecting the 30 that's overlapping it. ES is still holding its equilibrium on the 4-hour range. Now we're almost touching the equilibrium of NQ. This line right below us. Pull that in so we can see it better. All right, there we go. Let's see if we get this thing to flip. 1 minute in, it's made its low wick. All right, so our new entry is off this 5 minute IFEG. ES is definitely looking more bullish. This is the response that we would want. We need NQ to pick it up to lagging on. So the SMT at the bottom looks good. Holding high time frame equilibrium looks good. In the F4 or H4. So NQ is about to draw into its equilibrium. Let's see if that's what it's been seeking. Here's a 4 hour again. So here's that equilibrium right here. Let's see if that's what it's been seeking, because we're still holding the SMT. All right, we need this 15 to start rebounding. Maybe we get that equilibrium tap off the start of it, and it puts in the low wick. We're right on the equilibrium for NQ. This is time to shine or for it to fall. Let's see. Should know here in the next 5 minutes or so. I really freaking like this trade, guys. This thing is going to go get those highs. If it leaves those highs sitting up there all stacked up like that, then I would be very surprised. And I don't see another PD array that it can pull back into to continue in this 4 hour. But of course, that's not exact science. Pretty freaking confident. ES is still holding its high time frame equilibrium. We still have this SMT holding. There's our equilibrium tap on NQ. We gotta see this thing start to continue here. ES breaks the low. That would be not good. That's not what I wanted. So all it's doing is now about to make a new 15 gap here. And then that just leads to potential further continuation. I'll let this 15 close, see what it looks like. Might help. It could potentially sit around this gap and then deliver in the New York AM. And the idea still hold. We're at a very pivotal point here. we go. We're getting a little flip here. Let's get looking here on the 5 minute. I think that same 5 minute is what we want for our IFEG. See what we get here, guys. Here's our 5 minute. We want that to go IFEG for entry. We need ES to start, NQ to start climbing here. Alright. This is not looking. There we go, ES. ES is popping. See if NQ can just get a little legs here. Need some legs, man. We actually got, we do have a new 15. But it's not going to be on ES. So we do have a 15 gap on NQ. I would not care about the 5 anymore. I would just look at this 15. ES is looking pretty good, guys. So, assuming I like ES, uh, I have the SMT protected low. I think our next candle is going to give that delivery. This is now M5 IPG. God, man, ES looks so freaking good, man. It's so hard not to freaking hammer this right now. But it's just not there. And Q's too weak. At least get up to that equilibrium here. Range. Come on, man. Okay. Pretty good. A very nice pullback into M5 IVG for ES 17. Guys, I'm gonna go down and I'm just gonna I'm gonna take a stab at this. I like it before it runs off on me. If NQ starts to die, I'm just gonna cut it. And I'm just gonna accept that it's going to wait to deliver in the New York AM. So hold on, I need to fix my chart real quick. Really? Current high week. This is Tuesday high. And Q's got a nice pop there. This would be my previous day high. And this is relative equal. So see what we get here. Then for break even, I guess probably this high. Because if we get this 4 hour, so remember where our 4 hour open is, manipulation, and then we flip that candle bullish to go get our draws on liquidity, right? So really, once we start flipping this thing bullish, we really don't want to see it retreating after that. But that's our next swing high. So I would put break even there. We've given this thing enough room to run. If this is going to deliver, I think we've given it enough room to let it have a little wiggle room. When you're trading prop firms, guys, don't be scared to give yourself some um, give yourself some room on your stop. Live trading is a little different. Getting my same chart marked out here. Got filled pretty high on that wick, unfortunately. But now NQ starting to fall off at its equilibrium. First 5 minutes of that 15, we really don't want to see this 15 flip over on NQ. Has no downside wick or very, very small downside wick, which I'm not a fan of. So we could have technically opened higher, manipulation, open, high, low, close, bearish forming candle or bearish finishing candle, which on the 15 would be pretty detrimental to the me. It looks like ES wants to run just up to NQ, whether it's gonna just fall off. That was that gap we respected last time, but we got a really pretty bullish close, came down, made the SMC. 5 minute IFEG was our signal to enter. Good retap of it, respected it. looking for about 9 points. Look at even a candle like that, 12 points. Looking at some of these previous 4-hour, 21 points. 12, we're at 18 right now. This is not looking very good to NQ. He has to start flipping this 5-minute back up here. That would show us that that 15 is holding, potentially inverse that 15 gap, which wasn't my IFEG because we got a new down leg. Came down, made this leg, new leg. I took IFEG off that because it did sweep liquidity on NQ over here. Sorry. Wait, it swept here. Let's see what we did here. A little 5-minute gap. We're on it. Let's see how that holds. That would be okay. Need something showing us that bulls are maintaining control. 4 seconds. We need this thing to buy up. So we're not going IFEG. Play back up. Didn't quite make it. Lower. Thing to kick up now. If it wants to run back through the gap. Sometimes when it just inverses by a tick or two, get ready to close if this thing starts to break. Need this thing to flip. And go. Hard flip there. All right, come on, let's go make a higher high. Nice candle there, boys. Nice push there, boys. Very nice push. See, hopefully we get this volume to continue here. Looking at going into the last hour, this 4-hour candle. But potentially, unless something crazy happens here, we will have a 1-hour SMT inside of our 4-hour PD array. That's very nice. Let's mark that SMT there. All right, let's see if we get this thing to pop. on that fresh hour, fresh 15, we might get a little manipulation off of it, but I really like how the 5-minute closed on. Honestly, and the 15 looks pretty good too. If we get some extension potentially off this hourly open, it may want to go grab those highs off that 1 hour candle. It's only 9 points. So nice push. Shout out to anybody that sat on their hands for the why not shorts. Yeah. Uh, hey host, here's the answer to your question. So if we look at let's just look at ES right here. Well, we can look at both. So I did talk about earlier, especially because when we opened this 4-hour candle, this 2 a.m. candle, we did get an SMT at the high, which did sweep previous 4-hour candle high, which usually for me, that's a pretty nice thing to look for off those 4-hour opens to get me involved. A sweep on liquidity. The SMT does add to that. And I kind of went over at one point, look for an IFEG, on the low time frame in here. Stop loss goes above the SMT. And then you could have just targeted the same 4-hour that we're looking to um, trade from, that we were looking for to trade into. The reason that I didn't like it is because the draws on liquidity that we have are so close to where your stop would be. And these are very powerful draws on liquidity. This is not like, it's an Asia high and we, didn't sweep it. And now this is previous day high and previous week high sitting right on top of each other, just a few ticks and they're relative equal highs to each other, which even kind of increases that. And to me, leaving that right where your stop would be, your stop would basically be a relative equal high to previous day high and previous week high. So not it would have hit, but that to me is kind of scary because any of these candles could have gone and swept again to give that delivery down to that 4-hour. And then also just looking at the 4-hour, the 1 hour, right? We're in a bullish trend. So I don't want to fight the high time frame. Not saying I never do, but ideally, as much as I can, I would want to trade with the high time frame and look for in this case, the 15-minute, a lower time frame to then start to invalidate and break structure, showing me that realignment to that higher time. That's the idea of anybody trading a continuation, and we're just looking to align that with time using the session's 4-hour candle. They did that make sense. On my getting some extension here. That looks nice. NQ still lagging behind. If we can popping here. Got 6 minutes left on this 15. We would be potentially opening a 15 gap on both actually here. Could potentially be opening this as a 15 bullish fair value gap. That's not open yet. Still got 5 minutes. We do have a 5-minute. Nice. ES is looking great. Floating about 300 in profit right now on each account. Um, being pretty close to our break-even point. We may need to reconsider break-even there. Honestly, if we take it out, we might just trail it under this 15 instead. That's forming in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. We definitely don't want to get tagged out at break even just because it taps the 15. All right, good 15-minute close there. We do open up this 15 gap. But honestly, how bullish that thing just closed, this may be a breakaway gap, but we'll go ahead and mark that. Let's get that on our ES chart or NQ chart as well. NQ still doesn't give me like great a great positive feeling about it. It's still not giving me the we might draw to it here. And we haven't quite hit this high yet. That high would be honestly, that would put us in a pretty big SMT on the high time frame here. That would be 1 hour SMT. 1 hour has no downside wick. I don't really like that. Got a little one over here on the S. Because remember, we don't want the high time frame to be opening higher to then flip the H1 to open higher and then flip bearish, right? Let's look at this 15 here, and then we can also get our Dilling range mapped out. So that would be down into here. That would be some drawdown to withstand. Hold through with that. I'm gonna clean the NQ chart up a bit here. Bunch of ranges. Trying to keep that one. The equilibrium of this 15-minute range is significantly lower than equilibrium. But look at the 5-minute range instead. It overlaps those imbalances. That's really what I would rather be watching. Rare that that's good enough. Nice pop. Q's looking pretty good, making a higher high. I'm on ES. We get a new higher high here on ES, we should be able to take some of our risk off at the minimum. I think we should still leave that 15 available because that definitely doesn't invalidate our trade if it wants to touch into that. I'm not liking how they're kind of disconnected at this point. NQ is making a new higher high. ES is on a bearish candle. Now we got an SMT. So this SMT currently. But ES is significantly higher than NQ. Could be just playing a bit of catch up. Let's go ahead and mark that out. This may pull us back into our 15 gap that we're watching. If we get a flip here. I'm gonna mark this 1 hour open. Basically right on that 15 gap. There's our 5-minute equilibrium on ES. Let's get our hourly open drawn on ES as well. Not quite tapped the 15. We did tap it on NQ. Need to see this thing flip and pop now. We got that 5-minute equilibrium tap. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. Come on, flip. That tap. Still no tap. 15 for ES. If the US wants to touch this 15. Mm, halfway through this 15 now. I want to see this thing pick back up. Nice buying up there. Very nice reaction out of the 15 gap on you. ES didn't quite tap it. It did pull into that equilibrium right here very well. Right in here. All right, we need to get above this 4 hour right here. We need to stop rejecting it. I mean, one time and getting a good continuation is okay, but we don't want to see us start just throwing wicks at the 4 hour opening price, basically showing it as resistance. We need this to keep going. We got 5 minutes left. Let's see if this thing can get some legs. Oh, let's get some wheels. Very nice candle there. Very nice candle there. I know it, guys. Understand that this can take a minute to play out this way of trading, but if you want to have more consistency, it's not a bad thing to, one, size down, especially in this market. Um, that's number one. And two, size down so you can give yourself a little room to let the thing run because this isn't a very one-sided trending market in this range that we're in on the daily chart. Using that 4-hour candle for your timing towards your draws on liquidity or your, target of your trade idea. It takes a minute to get the full confirmation that that's what you're getting, but I'm telling you, it makes identifying like when we're going to make a doji candle on the 4-hour when you don't want to be freaking trading, or are we getting deep manipulation? Are we fueling up to really move in the market? You can see that. And this trade is, medium risk to reward, but it's just based on you're aiming at very high time frame draws on liquidity, right? I mean, these are daily levels, daily 4-hour high, swing points. So yes, today they're only 9 points above where we could get in, but a lot of the times you're letting runners run for a good many points on these types of setups because you're basically riding the entire. You can ride the whole 4-hour range really if you wanted to. I don't really do that. I usually just kind of take it to that next swing high and be done with it. But you can definitely get some to run for you doing this setup. Just got to be patient, man. Need a higher high here on both of them. Get rid of this SMT. I don't want a lower high here. New 15-minute candle. We could get a little selling pressure to start it. Come on, buy it up. Hmm. That's not what we want. To get our new 4-hour open. Goodness, man. So we basically got Doji really deep manipulation. All right, we just got the first tap of that 15 on ES. Have this ready if it starts falling off. Interesting SMT if it holds on this 15-minute. And that did give us the 15-minute tap. Right, second half of this 15-minute, we need this to be the low wick. Get this thing pushing back up. Basically gonna get very small 1 hour body on that candle. Getting close to invalidating that SMT. Yeah, there it goes. SMT's canceled. That sucks. Clearly a tick away from our break even. Definitely manipulating. Thing to buy up. Oh, buy up. We need this 5 minutes to go green. We need some sort of green here. This 15 gap flips. 5 minutes, 4 minutes or so till the hourly and the 4 hour open. So in a 30 minute right now. Yeah. Very interesting. Oh man. All right, 1 minute to the top of the hour. Need 4 hour candle. Need need this thing. We've already done a lot of manipulating to the downside. Draw is still very much open. Nice push up there. See if we get these gaps to hold. 18 seconds here. We really need to hold. Come on, Bulls. No, no. There's our 4 hour open. Oh my gosh. This is aging me. Had all that volume. Guess we need to mark these accurately. They're technically IFEG. Only by a tick or two, but still, now we've opened higher into it. Really love that. We need to get above these quick. I know it's not going to be quick, but ideally, to invalidate the IFEG. Come on, bro. Pick a side. Are you just going to die in the middle of my. Got all these good extension candles on the 15, and now you're just dying off the 4 hour open. That's when you should get some volume. Please tell me ES isn't just going to sidebar. I feel like this is about thing that's about to get yanked in that 4 hour. This is insane, man. Look at NQ. Like, how is the volume so different? Come on, ES. Bro, pick up. Jeez. You really gonna let NASDAQ little boy you, man? Come on. Over here talking to these candles, bro. I done kept me on this chart way longer than I intended. NASDAQ looks great. I wish I was in a NASDAQ trade, to be honest. I know it's a little lower. Is it just pulling into this? Right at that equilibrium. We need to watch that. Gosh. Take a breath. Take a breath. It's gonna be okay. Nice NASDAQ. Come on, ES. Come on. You want to have some fun too? Watch these 4-hour opens, guys. We don't want that to be the low here. May not get that though. Our volumes died, guys, which is frustrating because we sat out while the volume was low, and then we got a big influx of volume about in that last hour, hour and a half of that 2 a.m. candle. Now it's just dying again. NASDAQ looks like it wants to run. Oh, wow. Big flip down for NASDAQ. If this is our low of the 4 hour accumulation, where could it manipulate? I guess my freaking stop loss. Have really anything down here defense wise. Hmm. That's frustrating, bro. Because honestly, this is setting up accumulation, manipulation. It's setting up, but I'm about to be liquidity, I think. Because that 2 a.m. candle didn't give us our delivery. So now we're at risk of being liquidity for this next 6 a.m. 4 hour candle. See what it does in this 1 minute gap it's opening. Yeah, this is looking cooked. What's frustrating is it's probably going to deliver because it's not even invalidating our higher time frame trade. Now it's back in the 4 hour. If it runs to the 4 hour, then yes, we're on. But I really don't want to be frustrating. Trading, bro. Yeah, I'm about to be liquidity. Frustrating as I know that this trade's going to hit. Not this trade, but this idea. We're going to get one more big impulsive hit down and it's going to wipe me out. Maybe SMT at the low, maybe make that 4 hour candle low. I don't know if it sweeps this or not, but it doesn't look good for me really going back into the 4 hour. It's not really what I would want to see. Because we had a really good tap on it, really good reaction out of it. 15-minute IFEG. I mean, I'll take that trade every day. Previous day high, previous week high, relative equal highs. Very clear draws on liquidity. It is what it is. Can't be mad at it. I mean, I can be mad at it, but not myself. All right, boy. I'm out. Gotta take the L, I guess. Oh, man. That sucks. Bam. All right. I'll post on my socials. I'll leave this long position tool on here. That's 0-2 on the same move to be transparent. I had this, which would have delivered, but got stopped on that. All right. Well, try to get them next time. You guys are going to stay on. I would look for the same thing that we were already looking for. You need a 5-minute, 15-minute, something off this down leg right here. Maybe this to go IFVG. Try the same thing. Honestly. Especially if you get it like a SMT down here. Something. All right. Thanks for joining. This thing reverses from right here, bro. I'm gonna be so freaking mad. Can't make this up.